Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we left off building this lovely little waste dump here, and hopefully we have sped up our waste deliveries away from this area because of that. Seems like this is going to be what we are going to go with in the future, a waste dump in an area with mixed waste storage picked up by trains. And then we're going to send it to the incinerator. At some point we're probably going to send it for recycling first, when we can get away from our mixed waste shenanigans, but that is something for after we get a technical university, so quite far away I would say. Lots of other waste to burn away. But yeah, a recycling area is something for the future. But what is something for right now is setting up a food factory and a distillery. And hopefully we get there this session, because I'm ready for it. We need to resolve our money issues, because importing clothing and electronics and food and alcohol is becoming quite expensive. Last year, food was our main import, cost-wise, followed by electronics. Can't really do anything with electronics, like it's too high-tech, not for us. I'm not gonna worry about it. Meat, however, is something we can do. If we have a lot of crops, then a meat factory or like a butcher with a stable. It's not a stable, it's a battery farm. We're running a battery farm. We're setting it up. That would be something that we could do. We need to get there. First food and alcohol. Alcohol could be exported a little bit. Food to produce enough for domestic consumption. Which shouldn't be too hard, we don't have that many people, as I keep saying. But it needs to be set up first. Road connection does not exist. What are you complaining about? Is that not connected? That might be a reason. No. What's the issue? We built this rail track all the way up to here. Now I need to start it. Maybe now it will work if I try it again. Let's pick up the rail construction office. Go back to the construction site. The signals are fine. This rail track leads all the way here. This looks like it didn't hook up properly. Yeah, that's it. It did not hook up. Now it hooked up. Oh, alright. A little bit fiddly, but we got there in the end. Now it's working. And we'll put the signal up once the rail has been constructed. Yeah, we have to work towards our citizen goods now, because then population growth won't be an issue. Food, alcohol and clothing, I think, are the things we're gonna go for. And after that, meat. All things we could store somewhere. Meat being maybe the one that I'm least likely to do, because storage costs a lot of electricity. Potentially. Why is this one orange? I haven't seen that color yet. It's interesting. Well, this has been constructed, so let's put a dirt road here, and then we can speed things up a little bit. We still need the technical service in the area. I might also have to build a repair station here again, because that one was also limited to about 3 kilometers distance, and yeah, since the other ones can't reach, a repair station inside the town is probably something we will need as well. So our repair station over here at the edge of town has a maximum range of 3 kilometers, and it stops right there. So we will need one in Camennari as well. Doesn't have to be a large one. There's not that much traffic here, but at least a small repair station with surrounding storages to deal with anything. How are our vehicle replacements? Vehicle age 26 years. Wear and tear of 43%. Automatic vehicle replacement is on, so if they ever get too old, we'll just replace them. 80% is quite low. Could maybe be a little bit too much, but it is what it is right now, and I'm not going to change it. We're going to use the default values. Let's check the waste storage near Dubasar. Dubasar, yeah? Yeah, picked it up enough. Tiny amounts of it are rotting away, which is fine, but it's all gonna go to the incinerator. The incinerator is our waste separation. We're separating the burnable waste from the non-burnable waste, if you think about it. That's what we're doing. I would like to know if you can drop toxic waste directly onto mixed waste, so I'm going to shut off the incinerator because I want to know. So we still have some mixed waste in here. The train should just be able to dump its stuff on there. We'll have a trouble there soon. Maybe I should shorten them so we get less warnings about non-moving trains. Let's do that for the mixed waste trains for now. Move them in here into the train depot. Get rid of 3 cargo wagons. So we have 10 in total. And then also later on do that for the hazardous waste ones. Okay, go to the incinerator, I want to see. Should just be able to drop off on top of this. There's no specific waste storage enabled here. Should be able to combine them. University education dropped a little bit, probably because we ran some researches. Or Volcanidani is like falling apart. No, looks fine. Okay. Okay, we'll be able to see soon, and then I can start the incinerator back up. It's loading into the incinerator right now. I'm not sure if it's gonna load into the storage. But we'll see. Yep, okay, that works. Converted everything to hazardous waste, as it should. And mixed waste should also be possible to drop on top of it. So that's working as expected. Could also have a drop-off point for coal here, with a small aggregate unloading point. Wow, that would work really well. Don't even need to change anything. Except for providing electricity if I put it there. So I guess I'll put it somewhere here next to the industry, and we'll just conveyor engine transfer it over instead. If we can put a conveyor engine up that is in range of electricity. Does the heating plant all have electricity? Well, this doesn't have electricity, just the heating plant. I think this would still work if just the conveyor has electricity. We'll provide electricity in the area. It's fine. Just aggregate unloading directly into the storage, otherwise the rail distribution office is gonna get confused about where to move the coal to. And 50 meters. Then from here into the train line. Yep, that'll work for us. Electric substation in the area. Hook it up. The amount of connections is getting a little bit low, but we still have 3 of them available for the town. I could also run these through a medium voltage switch, which I think I'll do. So we'll disconnect the medium voltage wires until here, hook them up into this, and then run to, or we have the option of running to of the largest above ground wire, medium voltage wires to this station to have enough capacity. Capacity should not really be a concern of these, but just in case there's any throughput issues, we have the option of making sure it works. So this will be demolished. And this will be completely. Don't make me set up another demolition office. Okay. And this area gets also 1.2 megawatts. That way we're only using 2 connections from the transformer next to the town. So being a little bit more cautious. It'll mean that the gas station won't work for a while, but hopefully we can set it up quite quickly by just rebuilding the electric wires. Thankfully it will be very quick to demolish these. We're out of money yet again. Gotta hurry up a little bit, get this town set up. Right, over here, heating plant is nearing completion. We're almost ready to move people in, still need electricity. Still need fuel. We'll need to increase the amount of buses to what we actually do need. Alright, that'll finish the heating plant. We have our fire truck already present. What is the fire truck's range here again? Yeah, it doesn't reach. That segment of road is too long. We're still fine. I believe once this area comes online, our money issues are gonna go away. And then we can take a little bit more time in setting up the clothing factory, although things are quite accelerating a little bit towards the danger zone, which is half the amount of the money owned is equal or larger than the amount of money you can borrow. We're still far away from that, relatively, so it should be okay, but always a concern. We had another large import last month. More electronics. When I reach 4 million in loan, I will shut off electronic imports. Even if it annoys people. No increase in birth rate research possible, so we won't do that. I think if we ever set up our technical university, I think the first thing is going to be moving towards a radio station, just so I get rid of all of the loyalty warnings. I have heard some people play on medium citizen discontent because of the warnings getting a bit much, and I can see that being a solution. Although I don't think I'll switch mid-session. Food factory is up. No water delivery here yet. That's all going to be the task of the technical service, but it will also distribute water only if we have water purification. Though to start out with, I will bring in some water from Brospin. Well, from the border really. Brospin will pick up water from here and any other area as well. We might set up a water tower with a water loading station somewhere near Kribosia, so people can pick up water from there. And then have a distribution office that distributes the water to those water towers. So we don't just have them all come here and pick stuff up, but we have like water towers. Oases, if you will. No unemployment still. That's the way things go. Everyone has something to do. No one can get cranky. Okay, heating plant is up. Coal delivery may commence. And then just wait for the electricity and some fuel, and then move people in here. Because the ambulance probably... oh, the ambulance refueled. Nice. Still have to tell our construction trains to build the rail line into that area, but that's not urgent because we need Camennari to produce things before we can make use of that storage. So, whenever you feel like it, build any of these rail lines. Maybe I should set up a rail construction office in this area as well. Could make a town for that, with some people. We'll finish the construction, very nice. Still waiting on that one though. Okay, there's also a bus heading here. With a lot of workers, that's fine. Whenever you're ready. We really need to protect our warehouses and stuff. They were quite expensive to build. One for food, one for alcohol and clothing. All three things which we are going to build ourselves, produce ourselves. Hopefully food and alcohol this episode. How much travel time do the construction buses have left when they get here? Oh, they still have plenty of time. Okay. Yeah, the only downside of this area will be drinking water. We have to wait for the technical service to come up, so we can deliver drinking water as well. Drinking water, fuel, electricity. I think that's about it. Okay, let them finish that. Let's give the technical service a higher priority. Water deliveries can already be made. And let me plan out the water storage for Volcanodeni and surrounding areas. It will have to be a water unloading station into a water tower into a water loading station. If I loop that, it would continuously run and use electricity, so I think I have to build 2 water loading stations. Unless they change that. But we can set that up here. Water unloading into a pump, into a water tower. Into a water loading station. Just so it doesn't loop around. I'll put that here, I think. Just thought of making a sewage storage with a bunch of sewage tanks, but that wouldn't really be that smart, I don't think. Anyway, so water delivery into water pump, into water tower. Into local water loading station, back into it. Small pump should be enough. Yeah, just why not use the largest one? Well, the large pump uses a lot of electricity. That's one thing, why not? But we'll see. There are 2 substations in the area, one which has a tiny above ground wire, barely uses any electricity, and the other one from the city, which has about 1 megawatt to spare. We'll see if that's enough. It only kicks in every now and then, whenever there is a truck delivery. But when people when trucks pick up resources, it will not trigger. Because then it will be gravity fed. And that will replace the water pickup from the customs houses. So we also make our drinking water ourselves. And sewage will have to be brought pretty much here. We could centralize our sewage pickup with the sewage tanks that I said. I think, like, we could put like 20 of these in... No, we can't put 20 of these, there's no splitter, there's only merging. That water is too far away, that water is behind a hill. I could dump all the sewage into this. There's no town nearby. There's already huge amounts of pollution, and there's our nice farms. So we'll probably make a sewage drop-off point in this area and let it run into this lake. Okay, technical service progress, very nice. We still need the distribution office for the area. Small distribution office should be enough. Right, all of our excavators are busy, that's fine. Okay, so I'm thinking just unloading station for sewage, running directly into the lake. No, don't cover my nice rail tracks, please, thank you. So, sewage unloading next to the road, somewhere here. Into sewage pipe into the lake. Nothing special, just pipe directly here. No switches, no nothing. Not even from the sewage of Camennari. It's all gonna be truck-based for the small industries. alcohol storage. Probably also some crops, just so we have them. 80 tons, sure. Send some foreign workers here to finish that. This is not urgent, they can take their time. Distribution office, bringing 50% coal, I assume? Nope, not yet. 50% coal, please. So after it kicks on, you'll have to drive and pick up some more. This is the last construction task for the technical service. I'm wondering now if I should make a water storage here, just in case something goes wrong with the water treatment plant. Disconnect this pipe, put a water tower in. Well, I don't have to disconnect it. I just have to build it and hook it up. Because I left myself room with the pump to just link it up there as well. Like so. And here. So I'll also build that. Okay, technical service close to completion. Maybe one more bus, or 3, sure. Or with that few people, better be 3. And once that is up, and we have our electricity here, which still hasn't completed, we can start moving people into this area. The gas station is almost set up. So much for saving money, doing a lot of construction tasks at once. But at least they are all intended to save us money right now. They're not intended to earn money, but reduce our expenditures. Oh, I need to fix the trains, otherwise we're gonna run full on waste on the incinerator. Let's do that for the hazardous waste trains as well. But preferably they should be empty. Gotta wait for the trains to come back. And then we'll shorten our import trains as well. And if we don't have enough capacity, we do have enough wagons to build another train if we just buy an engine. So, just gotta wait for this one to unload and move it into the depot. Actually, I'm just gonna modify the line so it can drive there directly, or run there directly. And copy the schedule over to the other train as well. So they just run into the engine shed. I mean the rail train depot. And then take off 3 train cars each and start them back up. This is for coal. Rail construction office, please. Where are you? There. One more bus. 4 workers. Okay, all 5 buses with 200 workers. Sure. So this customs house is also quite busy with export now. I could go to Baraslav again with all of my trains. Oil, coal, what else do we have? Crops, bricks, we're still exporting bricks, I guess, yeah. Crops and bricks. Sure. I'll do that. We're still unloading. One is almost ready. I might also be able to just sell the train cars back, but I'm probably moving them into the distribution office for waste in the future, just so we have them. Are these still old wagons? 377. Yeah, that's still the old waste wagons. Ooh. I guess we could have significantly more capacity in the trains, but that would also mean a lot more waiting for loading and unloading. So yeah, I think for the direct routes the smaller train cars are better, and in the distribution office we just use the largest ones we have. Wait a minute, why did you go there? Oh, you're mixed waste. You're the one I was looking for. Okay. Oh yeah, also the repair station next Baraslav. Can't forget about that one. It could be in Baraslav, it could be one of the squares, but I think it's a service building. So it'll be in the industries area. Probably where the temporary construction offices are right now. Once they're done, we'll relocate them, set up the repair shop here. That'll repair anything within a 3 kilometer, approximately 3 kilometer range, road distance. Right, construction of the electric substation has reached the last construction phase. After that, everything in the area will be set up, and all we will need is a technical service to bring us some water, which coincidentally has just finished construction. So we can run a water supply here from the border for the time being. That was expensive. Okay, stop. 3 kilometers, water source. Corner. Didn't really plan for a train waste dump for you, but we'll have one next to... where was it? Oh, that wasn't even in this area. One near Messina, so one over here there will be a waste dump. I guess it could be on this track somewhere, because there's no one living here. But for the time being you will have to send hazardous waste to Brospin and mixed waste to Dubasalia here. And the rest you have to send to the customs house directly. But there shouldn't be much of construction waste and other things being created. So, once they have made water deliveries to the surrounding area, we can actually start moving people into here. Just gotta wait for the initial supply of water. And of course the electric substation still, but that one's being done right now. One more delivery of boards, and it's done. How's our board storage looking in Brospin? It is only supplied by trucks, but it's doing fine. It's doing really well. No worries there. One paver is currently working in Camennari, sure. And you're just moving to somewhere. Water trucks have finally arrived, so they can drive back and pick up water. First they will refuel, of course, but oh, we don't have electricity here. Right, I did take down the electric wires. That one hasn't finished yet. But apparently they can refuel in Singriopol, since we have electricity in this area and the gas station reaches. Very nice. Okay, so they will go and pick up water. In the meantime, I think the demolition here is completed. What's this? Oh, that's the direct path. So you have to connect to this one. We have to fully rebuild you, because I thought it would be okay. And then we need to draw one wire for now of the medium voltage wires that can carry a lot of electricity. And we have the option of getting a second one if we need to. I did not want to delete that one. Damn it. Sure. Okay. We'll leave some room to also move another wire through here if we need to. And then this one needs to connect up here. And we have electricity in the area again. Shop was out of goods, we're out of money. Come on. Okay. Okay. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, the trains that earn us money. Gotta care about them. 1, 2, 3. And 3 of you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Excellent. Large incinerator import. Get both of the trains back. Alright, make us some money again. There were a lot of shop out of goods warnings and I clicked them all away. The next one that comes up I will take a look. Also let me take a look on here because they're complaining about stuff. No, they're still fine. Heating plant being repaired. Brospin. Brospin should not have any store out of goods. It's just that they don't bring enough workers into this. Also, a lot of students and not enough professors. Do I want to assign one building directly to provide sellers? Not really. I should be smart enough to figure that out. Do we have water? No, but it's incoming. 11 cubic meters of fresh water. We also have electricity, so we're ready to move people in as soon as the water is here. Now we need to get this area set up with Camennari. The roads are being built. And lots of buildings will need to be hooked up. Hopefully we'll get less warnings about traffic jams of our trains now since I shortened them. Might do the same for the rail distribution office. If they're just inching along, it'll be fine because then they'll move occasionally. But for our export trains that we're handling explicitly with the train waiting yard, there could be 4 or more trains sitting there not moving for quite a while. Like, this whole yard could be filled, and then one train moves out, another train moves out, while these ones would be sitting here not moving at all. But yeah, no, we have shorter trains here. I don't know if the waste of if the other waste wagons load unload faster, like these ones that can carry 56 tons. If they load considerably faster, that would be something we should consider upgrading to. But I don't know. Would require some testing, I guess. Okay, the residential structures will need to be surrounded in a footpath, I think. These ones are not completed yet. But yeah, the footpath goes further over there. And then we can have a tree line between the road and the footpath. We'll also trigger the construction of residential buildings, but they are not hooked up yet. So they won't be able to get to them. Meanwhile, I assume the water delivery has been made. Yes, it has. Has filled all of the buildings, and there's another one incoming. But that means we can move people in. And I think the people in Almavari have earned it. The ones with the 62 years of life expectancy, they've earned an upgrade. Enjoy your new small village. Let's see how you do. Heating plant, always important, but got that down to 4 workers. There's not that much need for heat over here. I hope we have enough people, but it's not a problem setting up 1 or 2 more residential buildings. All we need is enough workers inside the fire station. That's all what this area is for. Nothing else. And we need to start our bus route. And then see how many more buses we need. And also apparently set up traffic signs. Okay. I think we'll need at least 2 more buses. We'll probably need 8 in total to run this route. We'll get 4 more to be prepared, and if we have some extra, we'll move them into a storage somewhere, or just leave them here. Probably move them over to Camennari, because we'll also need buses to bring some of their workers to the university to get an education. We'll need a dedicated truck bringing chemicals to the water treatment facility. We can do that from Brospin, because we have a storage for that. We haven't delivered any chemicals here yet, but that's just something that we need to set up. What's assigned here? D.O. Dubasaya for... Okay. Sure. To name them properly. Okay, I wanted a vehicle. Don't think I have a vehicle depot up here anymore. I removed them all. Do I need a vehicle? Yes, should be a dedicated... no. Isn't this done by a distribution office? Like with food, clothing, etc.? I guess it should always run, so a dedicated vehicle doesn't hurt. Okay, just transport chemicals to the water purification plant. We might set up a small bus route to bring workers there directly, like we do with the fire station. Instead of the fire station, we can tell them to transport workers directly to the bus stop. And then we'll manage where the workers go from here. So fire station and water treatment. I'll get this facility up and running. If I provide a water well for it. I heard a water well is pretty good to make water. Yep, that would be good for making our own water, pulling it out of the ground. Get started on the construction early and later on hook it up with a footpath to the road once it has been built. Yeah, we have some workers in here. No power, no water. We're working on it. It's gonna be done soon. You just gotta believe. How's the situation over here? Electronics Tavern complains about not enough saturation of our public transportation. Oh. Remove the road depot so you can continue running. Sorry. That was my bad. You will be getting moved to the town now, so you're gonna be fine. We have 8 more buses to compensate if necessary. So we'll wait. Hopefully this time it will give us an accurate estimate on the average lap time. Almost all of the infrastructure, the roads have been built. Bringing the construction offices closer was a good choice, I think. More footpaths. This is going to be a very grid-like city, but gotta try it, see how it looks. We have a lot of variety in our designs, I think. 8 firefighters, pretty good. Could be a few more, but we still have room in those buildings, so we should be okay. That's the last bus on the route right now. Singapore. 2 of them heading to the end station. I think I'm gonna send one out early. Definitely doesn't look like... Oh, there's one heading back right now. Okay. We'll get an estimate. Oh, there it is. Average lap time. That's actually not bad. That means 5 buses is like... 4 buses would be 240, 5 buses is pretty good. And if we add some snow plows in the technical service, we might be even able to sustain that through winter. We're gonna go for that snow plow. 2 snow plows for now. No mud roads, gravel roads barely. Keep the asphalt roads clean. Don't go into Brospin. Okay, I did not cancel that road. I was worried there for a split second. Gotta wait for all of that. A footpath through here somewhere. Oh yeah, that mess of like road demolition, still need to clean that up. Okay, let me get the demolition office. There's a small bug where there's a tiny amount of waste being generated if you upgrade a road and then instantly demolish it. That's why we have some remnants here that need to be removed. And after that, this road is still left. And since the road was never built, we can't really cancel the demolition. How's the water storage near Camennari going? Pretty good. Both water loading facilities have been built. So we'll deliver water here, pump it into the water tower, and then trucks can come here and pick up water instead of the customs house. If I just loop the water back into this loading-unloading station, it'll pump through it and back through the water pump and cycle endlessly, consuming electricity. Okay, harvest season is upon us. That'll mean train exports are gonna kick in for crops. Got a lot of crops still in there. Thought we would be ready with the food factory, and I guess once we have water and electricity we can start producing, just need to carry some workers there. But the storage isn't set up yet. There's the electricity. Still need the medium voltage switch. Resources are present. Increase priority until they send a bus. Nah, it's fine. I'll get to it. Just waiting on making some water. No issues. Pub tavern, fine. Kindergarten, whatever. Sewage tank overfilled. Wait, what? Oh no, garbage container overfilled. Okay, I did forget some things. Namely, waste handling. Most important thing of them all. Alright, so Singiopol. You're gonna get a small waste storage, I think. Well, small-ish. Down here. No, that's not close enough for the buildings up here. Right there, covers all residential buildings. And then another one over here for those production facilities. Okay, garbage truck is coming here soon, hopefully. Didn't deal with waste disposal. There's always something. Always complaining. Waste storage is in this area. We should be able to fit them around the borders, I think. At the very least. These residential buildings will need quite a bit of storage. I also need a dedicated technical service for waste handling in the area, that's for sure. This is just going to be water distribution, snowplow, some waste trucks, but there's going to be another one. One technical service is not enough, I don't think. Looks like we got electricity. So we could assemble a train now that brings crops here. And then move some people in. Wear and tear of machines is already at 28% for some reason, I don't know why. Didn't really use that. Okay, you can be relocated. You can be relocated. I forgot what I wanted to build here. I think it was a distribution office, but I'm not sure anymore. Iron price going up. Not complaining. Just worried a little bit about the steel price, that's all. This is gonna create pollution in the area until we get a garbage truck. Hopefully the one we bought is going to arrive soon. It is quite a drive from the border, that's true. Brospin, Singapore. Okay, yeah, drive the toxic waste away from Singapore. That's good choice as a first waste transportation. That's very good. And the other waste next. So we need to... I might need to set up a larger storage just so the toxic waste here does not become a problem. I usually do that for the clinics. Just as a precaution. Because the hazardous waste storage is quite small, and if it overflows, there are going to be issues. Get the water well set up, please. The other thing I forgot were monuments. Always complaining about not having enough monuments. I really want to get a radio station to remove that issue. Let's check the bus route again. See how we're looking. Okay, we're up to 280. That is close to the limit of like 5 buses, which would be 300. So we'll add one more bus, just to be safe. Make sure no one can move into Camennari if we start building residential structures here. And then start linking them up to be constructed. One set of buildings for now. There's also no monuments planned in the area yet, and it's quite dense already, but there might be room for a monument on the outskirts between the trees. There will be room for a monument here. So we should be fine placing 4 monuments around these buildings. Two trains waiting too long. Sometimes it still happens. Okay, we also got our cold storage for the heating plant set up. Distribution office will be assigned to bring coal to the area. The waste truck still hasn't arrived. These people have been living in quite filthy conditions. I might move 1 water truck and 1 sewage truck out to get 2 more waste vehicles to make sure this area can operate correctly and not devolve. We'll move the water and sewage truck back in once they are necessary, but right now waste management is a bit more of a concern, so we'll focus on that instead. Speaking of waste management, you're in here and you have some waste in yourself. Can you not reach those buildings, or are you complaining because you still have waste in there? Waste is being delivered to this. Oh, the dump is full. Oh crap, what's happening here? Why is no one picking up this waste? What are you guys doing? This is a concern. Okay, unload, incinerator. It's full of hazardous waste. Okay, so these trains are now too productive. We can't get any more waste in there. I have to get rid of one of them. And the waste export also doesn't operate fast enough. I guess that's the issue. Oh no. Did I? Okay. Let's fix this by... I thought I assigned you to the line that didn't have the depot in it anymore. I must have been wrong. It is already assigned to the line, so I guess I edited the line to include that. My bad. Please go out and resolve our waste crisis, because that's going to kill everything. Oh boy, I think we've already lost quite a few people. I think our population is rapidly dropping. Oh yes. Oh my god. Hurry up. And you will assist in loading mixed waste? No, you won't. You just bring it to the incinerator. We have dedicated trains. Population is dropping quite rapidly. This area will be fine because this area all runs on the small incinerator, but our settlements further down into the map are running on the large incinerator and are relying on that one to be operational. And right now it is not. $3.4 million. Close to me shutting off the electronic imports. Alright, the incinerator should be fast enough to keep this empty, I think. I just messed up the route. I thought I kept the original route intact without checking. So hopefully this will resolve itself. Okay, you will go to the customs house, you will go to the customs house, and let some of the other vehicles drop off waste here. Let the incinerator do its thing. Could add a third train. I'll add a third train. We do have the wagons for it. Another 10 wagons for waste export. Okay, now we have room again. This line is irrelevant. Heating plant to incinerator to customs house. The customs house can go away. Okay, that's basically the route for toxic waste from Brospin. Okay, I think we'll recover momentarily. Is there any train driving here? Not yet. What is the setting on the rail distribution office to pick up here? I mean, it's set to full, right? Waste management. Load if it's more than 50% and unload if it's more. Fully unload. Load as much as you can. Okay, what are you guys doing? Thank you, I guess. Wait, what? There's nothing there, just go. So confusing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't need to count. There will be 3 wagons left. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2 wagons. Wait, what? 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, 2 wagons. I could have sworn there were 3 left, but. Mixed waste export, 290 tons. Let's go. I need a dedicated train, I think. You're not picking it up. Change of plans. Where are you? You. Change of plans. Go here. Load anything, any mixed waste, until you're full. And then bring it to the incinerator until you're empty. unload anything, even on top of the hazardous waste. It's fine. If the distribution office doesn't want to play ball, then we have to make that our solution right now. Six wagons. We have 6. Let's make sure there's nothing else in these. Sometimes it didn't drive because there was other waste in these wagons, but they seem fine. Let's reduce the restriction down to 3 wagons. That one just doesn't want to run, and that one's doing cement instead. Not sure what the issue is, but there's a dedicated train coming to the rescue. That's the incinerator import. Unload anything here. And load mixed waste. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't want to run right now, so we'll just use a dedicated train instead. And we need more money. I sense a theme for this episode. Anyway, we'll be able to load more than half of the waste into here, and then the other areas will have their waste being dealt with again. And this will run continuously. So, no rail distribution office, unfortunately. But at least it's loading very quickly, so even if we can't use the rail distribution office, that will be a nice solution to our problems. And the waste trucks should be running here right now, and indeed there's one coming. So we lost some population, but things should be getting better now in due time. It's very dangerous without having any warning messages about a waste dump running full. Oh, now the distribution office decided to come by. Sure. I don't trust you anymore though. So I don't think we can do waste management with a rail distribution office. When the storage went full, it stopped working for some reason. Maybe it just took a while to update it and realize that it can bring waste here again. Maybe I need to set the... when I set the import delivery to not be mixed waste or hazardous waste, just anything, maybe after that it realized it could transport again. Because the storage at some point flipped back to hazardous waste when the other trains arrived again. And that might have been the problem. Only a few people left this area. They're mostly fine. Well, mostly. Does the garbage truck reach the fire station? No. And we'll have to set it to 3 kilometers, otherwise it won't work. Okay, just 4 more deliveries for the water well, and then we can start making our own drinking water. We haven't received the chemicals yet. I did order the truck, I think. But I didn't set it up. Wait. I bought it for a distribution office. We also still need to... Wait, no, I already did. It's already in here. I just never set the distribution office to bring chemicals. There we go. Now we're gonna pay a lot of money to get an influx of chemicals. Hopefully. We're currently doing a lot of grain exports, so might take a while. What's the issue here? You are too long, but you entered this area because why? There's a construction train. And there's another small train delivering coal. Okay. We'll send the construction train home for now. We'll tell you to go through that signal because you're blocking the whole junction. And tell you to get out of there. I hope you're not on the same route. Looks okay. Go one further. We have to set up this line to send it to the correct lanes. Okay. Not sure where the other rail construction vehicle was heading. This one should be way out of its reach. Oh, it probably finished the construction of this and then immediately we got a delivery or something. I don't know. How are you allowed to drive out of there? Are you too long for this? No, the mix signal is just set up wrong. Oops. Where are you heading? All the way over here. Oh, for the rail distribution office, sure. That is a thing you can do, yes. Meanwhile, we picked up some of the waste. This area is now squeaky clean again. No problems were ever had. And I'm not gonna hear otherwise. Too many criminals in Sassales. It was just a small crisis of waste. You don't have to go fight over it. The police station does reach over there, so probably, I don't know why. 12%. 4%. There must someone be 10%, 22, 42, 100%. Korotka, Nymphadora, Romanovna. 100% criminality. Sure. We have a police station in the area. Just try us. But please not too hard. Water well is up. And in my infinite wisdom, I built it outside of the electric range. My god. Did I already mention that it is pretty warm already? I was just concerned with pollution when I set that up. Let's actually make that a dirt road. Get it built really quickly. And 1.2 megawatts should be sufficient. I wanted to have one connection left here to potentially run something else, but I shouldn't cross the responsibilities. I mean, we have a high voltage switch in the area. We could just run another transformer. I'm not gonna get any break. Never mind, I'm just gonna run a wire directly from here. This is what I wanted to build all along. This is perfectly normal. High priority, please. Let's make some water. We're out of money yet again. Sure, we'll have a dedicated train doing this right now. No rail distribution office, it's fine. I did want to have a third train picking up the mixed waste so the incinerator could run a little bit more consistently. We have a lot of waste to go through. I think we're gonna be okay. I already have a police station there. The police station has cars. This one has range to Sassales. There are no unsolved crimes here, just a bunch of criminals. Maybe I need faster police cars. Are we gonna switch over slowly to a different type of police car? Sure. Get something more modern. Oh god, that wire is like... Never mind. Still have 3 connections for the town, right? 4 connections even. Perfect. That's pretty bad. I hope we don't have too much throughput on this switch, because this one has definitely too much capacity for the wire we've built. I don't think the water well needs that much electricity. 84 kilowatts, yeah, that's tiny. I might demolish this whole thing and just rebuild the water well over here, ignoring the pollution, the slight increase in pollution in this area, just so I'm connected to the same substation. We'll get that in place. We'll let the water well finish, we'll finish the electric substation, and then once we make our own water and the water tower is filled, we can switch over to the other water well. Just set up the infrastructure so we can start producing something. I guess we can already start building it. Dirt road would be fine. We can set up a clean road after the fact. And I did set up a large pump, so we can also hook it up directly. So we can start this at the same time. Should have just built the other water well instead of building a substation and electric wire. Okay, so we still need our dedicated crop train as well. Those prices for extra trains are getting slightly expensive. Diesel locomotive. They're more expensive, but they can carry the same, and this one is slightly shorter. Okay. Why would I buy this one? Nine of them would be 90 plus 45, so 135. Plus a train, 14 meters. 45, 149. So we'll get 9 train cars. Pick them up from here. Assemble our train. And drive some crops to the food factory. And then I still need to get stuff for the rail distribution office near Singriopol to also run to run the trains making the food delivery into the warehouse and taking from the warehouse. But let's get some resources here because we can bring buses with workers to the area. Or I guess we could just use our existing route and add some extra buses. There is water here now. Not from our own production, but that is coming with the next bus. Because then we have an electric substation. And then we'll wait until the new water well is up, and then we'll demolish all of this. Because it was bad. Food factory requires machine replacement. I have no idea why. It's not being operated at all. Let me make a screenshot of that. Just so I have it. And I can report it. Okay, let's keep going. Here's our workers finishing the electric substation, so we can have water for a bit. And then this thing will operate right away. And we're making water. Need more train cars. After that we can assemble the train. Okay, so technical services can now pick up water from the water loading station and drop the sewage into the sewage unloading station. So water is now available locally. Now I remember what I wanted to build. A distribution office, so we can transport water in different areas. But I have to do that after I remove the electric wire again, so gotta wait for the new water well to finish. First sewage truck coming to unload sewage into the lake. We'll be fine. Alcohol, clothing, 1-to-1, 400 tons each. We need to start making our own clothes soon as well. And Yeah, we need to bring the crops here now so we can start working on our food production. Go to the grain silo, load crops until fully loaded, and then bring them here. Wait until fully unloaded. And we'll buy a new train as soon as we have the money. But for now, we only have one train bringing in crops. At most it will be 3 trains, but probably around 2 should be enough. Other than that, we can now send workers into the food factory and distillery. But for that we will also send out the 2 other buses to bring some more workers here. So Camennari is not near completion yet at all. But our food factory at least got operational. We'll be able to migrate over to Camennari at some point. The police station can't reach over to our storage area, but I still don't think we need anything over there at all. Still need to build the heating pipe though. No, it's not too long. I measured it. It's perfect. Don't lie to me. Oh, it's gonna be really... Oh my god, no, it's too long. No! Okay. Heat exchanger needs to be somewhere else. Taking the place of the cinema. This might still be too long because the heat output is now the wrong side. Oh, we'll see. Sure. Precision. Could have taken a closer connection, but I wanted to leave. I could also just make a heat pumping station. We will put the heat exchanger here, but we will put a heat pumping station in between. cut it a little bit too short with the distances. Well, after this we will have heating capacity. Happiness low in Synchriopol? Why? No school? It should be handled by buses. What's the travel time now? 380. It's 7 buses. We only have 6. We'll get 2 more and put them on the line. Synchriopol stopped heating. Why? Oh, you're a small village again. Yeah, don't inform me. If you mess it up, you mess it up, but don't let me know. I'll get messages about heating issues rather than heating plant issues. You have like less than 100 people living here. Okay, slightly more than 100 people, and you have 3 reported crimes that weren't patrolled. I'm not gonna build a police station for you. You have to deal with it. Cool, machine replacement is in progress for a factory that we didn't really use. We're making alcohol now. And we would start making our own food too, but yeah, we did start a machine replacement. Rail distribution office is being built, which will handle the movement of alcohol and food to our storages. So this will take over the task of the distribution office from Grebosia, which was handling shifting around food and alcohol. That will be migrated. But only that part, not everything. Electronics and clothing is still yet to be set up. Plus we need to run this at a way higher capacity. In the end, the distribution office in Grebosia will probably at some point start handling exports when it's like when the responsibilities have completely shifted over. So the distillery did not seem to have any wear and tear of its machines. Is the construction office in range for maintenance? Not yet. Now it is. Okay. Also maintenance in Brospin it looks like. But that's fine. Did we hook up the new water well yet? Not yet. Our water storage, however, is full. Yeah, replacing the current water well with the new one is not that important. But I would like to start transporting water over to the other areas, and for that I need a distribution office to handle that. And I think that might actually have to be a large distribution office. I guess I can build it over here. Because I think that's going to be the water supply of our nation. Although I think the clothing factory will have its own one. How much does that one need? I did want to build it nearby. Just for the fabric factory, because that one uses 11 cubic meters. So the fabric factory might be around the hill. And then have a water pipe going around the hill from here. We're over 4 million rubles in loan. I will turn off electronic imports now. I'm gonna cut that out. No more electronics. There will be a lot of complaints about shopping centers not having electronics. But we'll have to wait. I will activate it again if we drop below 3 million in loans. I think this thing is running on like super wear and tear all the time, because building wear and tear is already at 21% too. Something seems to be off. Well, after the winter, we can focus our construction efforts on Camennari finally. I'm not sure how far we're gonna get though. 80,000 rubles per month. I could consolidate our loans to make that repayment a little bit slower. Let's borrow some money and repay some of our loans. I need to write something down. Well, since we have a decent amount of space here, I guess. Bus end station. one of the substations. One of the substations will be over here. Heating pump is kind of important, and all the other residential buildings. And then we have one more over here in this area, taking over the electric supply to the rest of the town. Let me move that, leaving enough room for footpaths in the other direction as well. And I don't know if I hooked that up there correctly. I think it was slightly slanted. This will be okay. Well, you're surviving. It's something. What are you doing? You're on the road, but you haven't been started yet. Well, 2, 4, 6. We now have 8 buses for 400 and... So 600 would be 10 buses. For 540 would be 9. 480 would be 8. So we have slightly more buses than we need now, hopefully. Just a second. I have another large fly in my room. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. No fire truck for this area yet. We'll rely on the fire station we have over here until we actually have people living in the area. Okay, we're making some food. Need way more of that and need to distribute it among our citizens. Another construction train. You'll figure things out, I think. Should we give the rail distribution office another chance? Also, have we made biological waste in the food factory now? Just a tiny amount. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Recycling from the food factory, is it? We also need a distribution office to run this. Let's build another technical service over here. Two trains seem to be enough to get rid of the waste. Life expectancy of 60 years, not good. I know what to do. Let's increase our birth rate. Wow, we dropped even more. Still dropping. Hopefully it will recover soon. Oh no, these buses definitely need to be replaced. Actually no. That one. Yes. We'll finish most connections. If I'm at 3 million rubles, I know that if I enable the electronic imports again, it'll cost me quite a bit. Heating issues in Singapore. Why is this building without power supply? Oh, there's a fire. Sure. I wasn't there yet. Okay. That's a temporary issue. There's also no alcohol here. Let's go and get alcohol. Cannot store or export wastewater. What are you talking about? What did I forget? This building. Yes. Yes, I did. High priority. Otherwise our food factory and distillery won't work. Is the water storage near Wolsanideni set up? Yes. Just need to transport water here. And I guess we could do it temporarily manually, because we do have a dedicated water truck currently available, until we have our distribution office set up. Just start filling the water tower. And once it's full, and we have our other distribution office, we'll set water pickups to said tower. Let's send this train back into the depot and see if we can rely on the rail distribution office again, after we resolve the issue next to the incinerator. I hope it works. I feel like we made it worse with the messages about trains not moving, because they're moving more often now, but they're also stopping more often, so I'm getting more messages. Money seems pretty stable and good now. I could repay back down to 3.7 million-ish. I will hold on to the money though. Just in case we do a clothing import again, because they are very expensive. The electric wires will all be underground for the town. That footpath is in the way. What are you waiting for? Driving back to the construction office? At least we have the money to get the trains for the distribution office, but I'll save up on that until we have actually some decent production here. Construction speed should pick up again, now that the snow is gone. And, oh, we had a breakdown. From construction office of Hull Trucks. All the way over there, which is right next to a repair station, so... should be seeking repairs. Is the repair station too small now? I mean, we can still open up the one for the rail station. That one can also accept vehicles. How many do we have? Not that many. Still okay. Let me check again. And not set it to 1,000 meters. Let's check all map. Okay, that's quite a few more. Camennari, Rospin, Camennari. So Camennari are like old excavators that we moved over that have been busy quite a lot. Rospin shouldn't really have issues with that. They have a dedicated repair station dealing with the stuff. Default service vehicle. Oh no, that one bugged out again. That one. That is annoying. Yep, they definitely do need repairing here. I've been quite busy. Might have to move that equipment next to a repair station, or get the repair station up before I start relocating them. One or the other. Should be able to make decent profit with food exports. We can set up Camennari, and then our financial situation will improve, and we'll make it look even better with a clothing factory. We went for some of the construction resources that we could go for: boards, bricks, concrete, asphalt. We can't go for steel, prefab panels without research. So we got all that we could. Need to improve water deliveries to the area. Still waiting on the distribution office. Any complaints? No. No. Crime. Not gonna deal with that. There's no police station in range. It's a village. The next police station is 10 kilometers away. Hello, Vish. What am I making money off of now? We are exporting these resources: coal, iron, crops, oil, tiny amounts of cement, some mixed waste from the incinerator, and some bricks. And the rest is just for demolition. Our main export, however, which should trump all of this, is an import. Because I built my republic on importing hazardous waste and turning that into mixed waste. And I'm doing that on an industrial scale. So I'm basically taking care of the hazardous waste for our neighbors. It does have quite the infrastructure though. Did require an excessive train route to handle that. And I don't think it's going to be sustainable for very long, so I will be moving over into food production soon. So our farm that is making a lot of crops will be put to good use by a running food factory in Camennari and a distillery. I did forget to set up the wastewater discharge, but it's almost fully built, so this will start running soon, and we'll have our new town running the factory full-time eventually. So yeah, I'm making money on a mixture of hazardous waste imports plus some exports. And we're slowly trying to get away from the imports because our incinerator is running. Our incinerator can sometimes be a problem. Okay, thanks. I'm struggling with early game revenue. Not having raw materials is a new challenge for me. Well, you do have raw resources. I have not done any of the researches with like materials. I do not know where any of the materials are on the minimap. However, you can still go look for them by picking up a building and then looking where there's actually resources. And I did that next to our farm and found some oil here. Doesn't show anymore because I have pump checks everywhere. But there's more oil around. It's just very inconvenient and I've stopped looking for things like... I'm not looking for resources anymore, I'm just like... let's pick up a coal mine because coal is also... everything is behind research now. There's coal across the whole map, like there's a coal deposit. There's a coal deposit. So you can still find them, it's just very inconvenient and you might miss them. Coal, yeah. I usually run into the issue that if I try a run where I don't do fuel prices get really high. So what I recommend is trying to find at least a small-ish oil patch and exporting that continuously, because my fuel price is very low. If you check my fuel price for 1989, slightly above 200, it's very good. If you don't export any oil, it shoots up ridiculously high. The oil price is in the tank though, so I'm basically dumping the oil price. That will keep your fuel price low throughout the time, and you shouldn't have any issues if you get more vehicles that run on fuel. Farming is also probably very powerful now. If you run farming with like solid fertilizer, you can make a lot of crops. And fields and farms are pretty easy to set up, but you need to make sure that they are in coverage of a fire station that works. Sure thing. Enjoy. Last construction phase for the sewage discharge. Bricks, boards and steel. 2 things we are making ourselves, the third one, the most expensive one, we are not. But I think we're right next to our last republic, which started with like steel production, so it's fine. if you're still listening, at some point you have to not go for something that's profitable, but take care of the things that cost you the most to import. It's always a good idea to check what you're importing the most rather than what is profitable to export. That's a really good strategy most of the time. Yep, food is a good one. If the fruit price is also high, you might get some profit from exporting, but at some point it will settle back down and not be worth as much, but making it yourself is definitely a good idea. Especially if you have a lot of population. And if you don't have a lot of population, you can also just supply the water with a water truck directly at the beginning. Good luck. Still no sewage discharge. Still waiting on 3 deliveries. 2 of them are on their way. Keep losing the game because people come in happy, and even though I'm filling their needs, also I think, should I worry about loyalty? It's always low and the monuments don't seem to help. Loyalty is very important, yes. On hard difficulty they keep complaining even if you plaster them with monuments, but monuments help a lot. The other thing that can decrease loyalty that might not be obvious is crime. So if you're not dealing with crime, once you get like to 500 population, 1000 population, crime becomes an issue and drops happiness and loyalty. Like this area, you can see the amount of monuments that I have in it. Their loyalty is only 32. If it drops below 30, they start complaining about loyalty, I think. So one of the good ways to get loyalty is to get a radio station or a TV station. But for that one to work, you also need to have radios and or TVs in your republic. And radios and or TV stations are also quite difficult to get now with the new research. I do get warnings about loyalty messages. My villages are like pretty disloyal, so Sasalis is like a village that I set up here. Just a bunch of shacks. Don't even know their loyalty. Happiness is 66, but one of them has 52. They're complaining about loyalty constantly. I gave them a bunch of monuments. I also sometimes don't know what is affecting them. It's not obvious. They don't have any complaints. They just say, we're unhappy. Could be pollution, I don't know. Crime shouldn't be an issue because they're covered by a police station. So I don't know. Oh yeah, what is the garbage stand doing? It's up to 200. It should be receiving a train at 225. Yeah, research makes it a lot harder, which is fun. I'll act on crime faster. If you get a message about unpatrolled crimes, it's probably the time to start thinking about setting up a small police station, courthouse and small prison. They're not as expensive anymore as they once were, but that's probably your mark to say, okay, now I probably need to start thinking about it. Because if you leave it and set it up later, then the crime will already have spread and will be a little bit longer and more difficult to root out again. Okay, let's come back here soon and see if the rail distribution office picks up all the waste, and if it doesn't, we'll have to run a dedicated train. Hello SMXer, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate it. Around 1000 pop? I think so. I don't exactly remember the time when it starts, but you do get a message about an unpatrolled crime. Like once you start getting that message, that warning, it's probably time to start. And I think it was like around 1000. When you've set up your first somewhat large settlement. Could also start a little bit earlier. You're welcome. Thank you, Bish, for the follow. Also appreciate it. Sewage discharge. Only 90 work days, one bus with 10 workers will finish this. And there's a bus with 10 workers. And there's us being out of money again. Let's borrow 2 million. I don't think this is going to be the water supply of our republic. Probably going to need a lot more than that. But at least we can share the water supply with Volcanadeni and friends. There's the bus. Okay, then the fruit factory can operate. Finally. Or continue to operate, rather. And hopefully the people in Singriopol won't have any pollution issues. But there's gonna be a huge tsunami coming out of that. It's not gonna head directly for Singriopol, but, well, actually it is. The residential area. But there's a decent amount of distance in between. Lots of sewage, and it should cease once all the pipes have emptied out. That's a lot of sewage. What the hell? Okay, now we're down to normal levels. That was a lot. Construction train waiting too long again. I need to set up the signals here correctly at some point. I have no idea why you get stuck. Probably because you want to turn around and build this, and the signals are in your way, and you're blocking yourself. I will solve that until the construction is done. Okay, sewage discharge is now slow. Wait, did that mean that we ran full on like sewage in this town? Because I also set that up to only be delivered there. That could have been a problem. Didn't think of that. All of our sewage trucks are currently busy, so we probably had a bit of a problem in that town. But it's fine now. Maybe that's also why the loyalty of some of these citizens is low, because the sewage wasn't being handled. I think Europol is just complaining because they're new here. And because there's no police station in range. Well, at last, proper food production. Slow pace, but we're working on more workers. Getting the shopping center area set up now. I do have to place down the cinema again. And the kindergarten that I just tore down. We'll move the school over here closer to the residential buildings as well. Make sure they are in walking distance. Probably like that. Let's check and make sure. It is within walking distance of all residential buildings, and that's all we need. Am I German? Yes, I am. What did give it away? What could it be? Is this my Name? I don't know. I like streaming in English. I'm talking English at work, I'm talking English with friends when playing video games, and I'm also starting to dream in English, so streaming in English was kind of a no-brainer. But maybe I would have more success if I were to stream in German. Success isn't on the agenda though. It's mostly having fun. And I guess improving my talking skills. Why is your happiness so low? Don't have any complaints. I don't understand. Oh, their lifespan went down. Maybe the pollution actually affected them. Loyalty is also low. Well, I guess I'm gonna plop down another large monument. Just for you guys. Soviet oh no, large concrete monument. That one gives a lot of loyalty. The other one has better range though. 90 meters. Put that here. Probably doesn't reach all of the buildings. Very likely so. Yeah, it's out of range. It should be in range of the shopping center at least. Let's not put it there. Maybe next to this building here. Maybe I should replace this monument and have it here. That would be a significant loyalty boost. Or just put it here. That reaches all of the houses for now. Maybe they'll enjoy that. Maybe I should put more of these larger statues. I tried to rely on the ones that had larger range, but the large monument with the statue has a lot of loyalty. If I were to put that one here, it might solve a few issues. Or replace that one. So, I mean, we don't have any vehicles yet, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense setting anything up. But I'm still gonna do it. Pick up food from here. Transport it here as our main food and alcohol storage. And then distribute it throughout the nation. Just need to add trains. And more food and alcohol. I should set up a storage for construction materials and another construction office or two, so we can continue construction once everything in Camennari has been set up. I would like that to be rail-based, but I don't think that's necessary. So we might just set up a storage point here for resources. And that will be in range of this fire station. This, I guess, could at some point be hooked up to the rail network. Just through here and into the rail line. Maybe I should build it in a way where that's more easily possible. Closer to this area. I'll set up one times 16 construction office for this. Right in the range of where the rail line might go. Let's not do that. And then a construction office for the area. And some electricity. And yeah, if we want to, we can hook that up with a rail line. And then also think about a gravel storage in the area, which would speed up construction processes, but I think having a truck-based delivery to this area will be enough. Because we already have a distribution office next to Camennari, which is currently delivering to these storages, which are used for construction. And in the future, we'll deliver it further inwards. I think I need to build more construction offices so that development happens more natural. I think I'm already thinking about the next challenge, and I think that at some point a challenge is going to be, it's going to be very simple. You may never use the assignment tool on construction offices. So you may not use this option. You may not go select the construction office and say build this now. You must let everything get built naturally by the game deciding what gets built. And I think that could be a very different game with a lot more construction offices. Every 3 kilometers a new construction office. Well, I guess every 5-ish kilometers. There would be a lot more towns with that setup. It's further spaced apart with a lot more construction offices, and I guess more space in between, probably with more factories and public transportation to said factories instead of the villages. I haven't had the time to build any of this yet at all. Amazing. Well, we have some residential buildings up in Camennari. We also have the warehouse for our store set up. Don't have the distribution office yet. Still have to plan for that and construct it. Then we may bring shopping goods here. We also have to set up our bus route. We already have plenty of coal for the heating plant. It does have electricity. Heating pipes are almost finished. Still waiting on the electricity and the heat exchanger itself. I guess since I've already also put a distillery in this place, then the worker count just got increased by 300, so we might need some more residential buildings in this area. But with the bus platform being central, this can basically be another housing block. Just have to see how it develops and where we need to put monuments. I wonder if I should leave one house unconstructed and put a monument in there. I think I'll do that. We'll leave it open and put the monument in there instead. Leaves us a little bit of extra room for either another residential building or maybe something else, like a pub. Well, not a pub. That would need a road connection. But yeah, let's try to not make it fully enclosed. And see if we can find a use for the area inside. Since it's very conveniently located. There was another thing I wanted to demolish. What was it? Oh yes, the monument in Sassales. It already got demolished. Cool. I wanted to put a large statue here. Let's see if that helped. I have 3 statues of Lenin. I hope that's gonna be enough. We're importing something expensive. Fuel. Lots of fuel. Wasn't that expensive for the amount we imported, so it's fine. I mean, the baseline of the town is slowly developing. Unfortunately, I had to decide to tear down a building here, but I'm gonna go for an open concept setup. I guess we could have a small football field here. We'll see. It's still open. But yeah, we'll definitely need more residential buildings, I think, on this side. How's the walking distance from these? Not good enough because we didn't set up the roads yet. The footpaths. Still too far. But they should be able to get there through the bus platform. Can't believe it's that far. Wait. Here, here. I guess if I have this entrance, it's gonna be a little bit easier, but not for these. Yeah, it's quite far. Maybe the school needs to be relocated. And maybe a second kindergarten. That could fit here. There's enough room for a kindergarten here. That changes things. Existing kindergarten, cancel. I'm gonna put you next to the houses. I'm gonna set it up like that. School will be central, 2 kindergartens, and more residential buildings in this area. I think probably of a different type. Maybe some of these. 1, 2, 3 of these. But let's get started with what we have right now. I think I'll only ever need 1 heat pumping station here. Planning for 2 is too much. 1 is gonna be fine. Okay, how much food are we consuming per year? Almost 1,000 tons of food and 100 tons of alcohol. So we already got a quarter of the alcohol we need for our republic. Food-wise, we need to increase production. Did I miss an electrical outage? Also, what's the distribution office doing with the claw machine? It's not doing anything with it. Alright, dedicated train. Continue running, please. We can't rely on the waste distribution office, and let me drop a save here. So I can report that, unless I realize that it might be my own mistake. I will drop a save and check that later. Oh, it has a random stuff in its storage again for whatever reason. That's so strange. I don't know how it's doing that. But yeah, we'll run a dedicated train instead, and I'll report that. Maybe it pulled out all of the different resources and then got stuck. Okay, caught it early enough. Waste storages aren't running full yet, so we shouldn't have any problems. Unless, I mean, this will fill fast. This will fill up faster with waste, but it's also still looking relatively okay-ish. Wear and tear. I also still need the repair station. Oh, that's what I wanted to set up here, the repair station. Now I remember. Almost got the water well. After that I can tear down the wire, the substation, and this water well. I probably can already do that since I have a lot of water stored up, but I'll wait. So I mean, that train pulled out a lot of random stuff in its containers. And supposedly it has 146 tons of mixed waste in here, out of 56. Yeah, something is not right with that. It pulled out all the different things into different train cars. That definitely needs reporting. That's probably the reason why the rail distribution office doesn't currently work that well for that task, but hopefully it can get fixed if that gets reported, which I will do after the stream. I mean, water production would be way better on site in Volcanodeni than trying to transport the water from Camennari over. Transporting some chemicals over here to make our own water would be so much simpler. Oh well. It's not what we're going for. Can't produce our own chemicals. So, I don't know. We're gonna stick with that for now. Oh, the water well is almost done. Looks like they'll finish it. Oh, some of them are leaving. Looks like they won't finish it then. Oh, they did finish it. Excellent. Let's remove that road. Schedule a demolition to be done in this area. Also remove that road because we don't need it. Actually, no. Leave that road. Demolition here, here, here. That building, that substation, the whole electric wire, and that pipe. Thinking of setting up a bus route just carrying people here constantly so they can do construction work. On the buildings, at least. A rural flat was destroyed because of a fire, because no one worked in the fire station or something? Oh, the population numbers in here dropped quite significantly, so I guess we didn't have enough people. Weird. Oh, because the garbage containers are full. Where's the technical service? I think our existing technical service probably doesn't have range back there, and I never realized. We're gonna get some small garbage trucks for you. And hopefully you can resolve these issues. We'll reconstruct that building. Thankfully it wasn't the heating plant or anything critical. Send a tiny amount of people working in the heating plant. For no real reason, really. Other than to see if it works. Or if I missed something. Maybe I missed this the whole time. Maybe that was the reason, because they were unhappy. I don't know. We'll see. Now the waste is at least being handled, so... Some food ready, some alcohol ready. I think it's time to start distributing this stuff. Our trains can be 155 from the rail distribution office. We'll need to take out a loan. So we can get 140 meters plus 14. I think we can get exactly 10 train cars in the rail distribution office. Nope, not 10, they're 15 meters. So 9 of them again. $145. Yep. Okay, bring all cargo wagons, do that twice, and then we'll assemble a train and move you to the rail distribution office. Oh yeah, I think the happiness is now rising except for you. You're still down to 41. Well, we'll see. Might have found the culprit. I'll investigate a little bit more if I get another happiness or loyalty warning. See if garbage is the culprit. Let's see if that statue helps. Has a lot of loyalty influence. Not quite good range, but if we can squeeze that into the residential buildings, maybe it will help. Heat exchanger is up. Does have electricity. So what we need now is the shopping center, supermarket, and at least one kindergarten. Don't need another kindergarten here. We do have the clinic. And then it might be time to move some people in. We can then build the cinema. I'm missing the sports facility, that is here. Bus routes from the bus end station into here, loading anyone but workers, and then bringing them to Prospin for whatever they need, and coming back. A lot of the things will be available locally, except university education. Okay, you're complaining about loyalty again. Doctor. There are doctors available locally. Stop complaining. Lots of unemployment due to small children. Where is that? Don't really want to set up another kindergarten there. You just need to be on the ball. Okay, also there. This might be because of the increased childbirth rate. We might not have enough kindergartens for that. I might have to upgrade our kindergartens to larger ones to deal with that. So increasing the birth rate does grow population, but it temporarily decreases our workforce because of a bunch of them taking care of their children. I guess that's fine. At least we've recovered our population a little bit. Need a waste storage for you. Dedicated large waste storage. Still have to put waste storages everywhere. I guess that's where this area is gonna come in handy. Probably. Maybe not. This one could. I wouldn't cover the last residential building. I guess that's okay. Can make another storage up here. I shouldn't build this footpath yet. I have no idea what's going to be in this area. I've got the waste management everywhere. Got the largest monument. Become loyal and be quiet. Okay, get our distribution train. Need to run once more to pick up more train cars. And then we can assemble you and move you into the rail distribution office so that you may transport alcohol and some food. We're still getting alcohol and clothing from the border in these ones, and food and everything else. So we might have to switch them up to pick up on Brospin storage, which is slightly further away, but it would ensure that they also use our self-made materials. Missing resources coal in Brospin. Would you look at that? There's gravel on its way here, but not coal. Why are we lacking coal? Sewage tank overfilled, health risk. Excuse me? Oh, you're probably stuck because of a repair station bug again. Okay, where is it? So, sewage truck, waiting for repair, here, operating without issues, yeah, I wish. Let's see if that fixes it. Hello, Burning Mirage. Thank you for the follow. Demolition office, sure. Oh, maybe it's this one. Maybe it's the train one. Where is it? Here. I need to buy some cars for some trucks for that one too, so it can move out and repair stuff. I forgot about that one. That one can definitely drive out and help. It's probably the only one in range of Almavari. That one might be slightly... No, it is in range. Okay. The technical service is in range. But yeah, let's get that one operational as well. So we'll make use of that repair station. I still wanted to set up a repair station on Camennari. And now that we bulldozed everything, might be time. Wait, can you not run water? You cannot run water. Really? I thought you could run water distribution. Well then, I guess this is our distribution office for this area, and this is something I don't know yet. Then, well, Camennari might have its own water production soon, and I'll demolish the delivery location for water, for a water purification plant. Don't need a meat truck. We'll get a dedicated delivery for that. Don't need coal. We'll get a dedicated truck for that as well. Okay, well, since I can't do the water delivery unless I do a manual route, we might as well stop delivering water here for now. Yeah, just need a repair station, I guess. I'll put down the medium one. I'll need 2 storages, steel and materials. But that's about it. So just small open storage for steel. Gotta get rid of the water well first. Redo the road, I think. Or maybe just build the storage out the other side. Storages that I use for you. Smallest one, right? 200 tons. Wait a minute, is that 200 tons? Is that the smallest one? I believe, yes, okay. Because almost every resource is less than that. I think every resource is less than that because of volume. bit confusing. We'll get some open hull truck here as well. Still need a refrigerated truck as well. Relocate you. Wait, didn't I already get a refrigerated truck? I feel like I did, yes. That seems fine. What about the storages over here? One is done. So we'll have one for bricks and boards. Open storage for single pole for the mentioned resources. And we're still waiting on the other ones, plus the construction office. I'm probably missing a lot of waste containers, but we'll need to look where we need to add them after everything has been set up. Like, I definitely need one up here for the police station. Did I set up an open storage for gravel here? No, that's just construction materials like that. I guess I have gravel in the area. In Brospin I don't need anything close by, and I also have asphalt and concrete in Brospin, so that's close enough for at least those materials. But yeah, having the other construction materials nearby should help once they get delivered. Some food, some alcohol. Time to move the train. And then probably also close the stream down because it has been Another 4 hours. That stream was quite stressful. So our food import in Brospin is, I think, set to like... Okay, it's set quite high. We just need to go to the rail distribution office and lower that. No, it's set to 30. Okay. So if we set our own food and alcohol deliveries on top onto like 50%, we should always be ahead of import from the customs house. And then we still have the emergency import from the customs house available, but we will use our own produced goods before that, if possible. Can't find the path. Okay. We need that corner. The rail construction on that, and then we should be able to send resources. Okay, you are going to be stuck there for a while until we fix the signals. Lots of signals to fix. Okay, moving it into storage for now. And once the corner has been built, we will be able to... Wait a minute. Yes, we'll be able to reach Brospin heating plant cargo train station, which will be the delivery location of all of our goods. I really need to be more liberal with the construction offices. It's getting slower and slower going the further I go to the center. I think this area will help. And maybe I can just deliver the materials here as well from Brospin. Let's do our first delivery of food or alcohol, and then I will call the stream, I think. Like, to the city. And then next episode, Camennari is very likely going to finish. Most of the buildings are set up, like the important buildings. Shopping center is close to completion. We have the heat exchanger with the heating plant connected. And when the snow starts melting and we're seeing like double-digit positive degrees, it's probably time to try and move some people into this area. But that is for another time. Technical service, gonna get its own water and sewage truck. And yeah, I think you have to deliver waste quite far for the time being. I don't expect you to get any metal scrap, construction waste or anything else. There's no recycling planned. So hopefully that'll be enough. You're waiting for repairs with the truck right there, but it's not repairing. Missing resources, steel. Which repair station is that? Oh, it doesn't have its own steel storage. And it's only getting resources currently from scrapping, that won't do. You also need to deliver steel. To the repair station directly. I do need to build an external steel storage for that. Otherwise we're going to run into the problem where the garages will have vehicles in them. And then no one can repair. Okay, let's get some steel delivered, hopefully soon, and continue repairs. And set up steel storage in the meantime. Looks like we haven't scrapped vehicles in a while, so no repairs were being done. The corner is probably almost done. There's one train trying to enter here. And there's another train entering from, well, leaving from the other side, so this one should be able to get here now. Yes. And then they can finish the construction with one more attempt. And then we can do our first delivery. Need more workers. Way more workers. That's nice, we got like 15% of the yearly food ready in storage. Took us a long time to make it, but we do know that the system works, and once we have our setup with Camennari up and running, then I think the food factory will sing and produce us a lot of resources. Did we get steel? Yes. This construction of this repair station would benefit from more workers. There's also a train waiting here for repairs from the rail distribution office. So it came from, what was it? Rail distribution office Baraslav. So this one of these is getting repaired. Yeah, we'll set up a dedicated steel storage. And make sure we have enough steel running at all times. Okay, repairs seem to be working fine now. Construction trains incoming. Let's set up the pickup to a higher amount. Wait for at least like 30% for both of them. $300 and $50. Maybe a bit too high. Oh, actually, that's perfect. 300 pounds of food. That's exactly right. Brick factory on fire, no problem. Exactly. I hope you're... okay, you're not driving that way. Well... yes, you'll have to wait. So other resource storage set up yet? No. Brick deliveries by trucks here is a little bit rough. I mean like bricks and boards and steel. So maybe I can relegate this large distribution office to do that instead. And we're gonna move those into this distribution office once it gets set up. Still need an oil tanker. But I think that's about it, what we need. Yeah, then we'll set those to pull the resources rather than Vulcanidani pushing the resources towards this area. It's gonna work better, I think. Singular pole happiness still low. 40%. I don't know why. Probably all the crime that's happening here. I don't want to build a police station just for you, but I guess I have to. One police station with like one police officer and one staff. Yeah, the travel distances for construction officers, plus the having to do the assignments manually, is probably meant to encourage people to set up more construction offices, but it usually leads to me just doing manual assignments, and then at some point it just takes too long. So we do need a shopping center, we do need one kindergarten. We need the bus route ready with the heating plant, double-digit degrees temperature. Police station is ready. I like the design of Brospin the most so far. This is a very condensed urban area, not much space, and I'm also suffering for it because I can't find space to put down the waste storages that I forgot to plan with. This one, it's fine, just put them on the outside. Put down some more residential areas next to it, and it's working fine, and we got a lot of space left in the middle. Works quite well. Wait a minute, that's the sewage switch that needs to remain connected because these things require maintenance now, so we can't just disconnect it. That would be bad. Yeah, I think once this construction office up here becomes active and we get constant resource deliveries, things will improve construction-wise. Still have to assign the Brospin construction office every now and then because of workers, but I guess I also have a bus in this one, and it'll just pick up workers from the same bus stop. Are the corners ready? The corners appear ready. Are they signaled? Somewhat. I really need to worry more about the loyalty and happiness issues, but right now I'm gonna say that's something for next stream and tomorrow. Okay, now we should be signaled. Hopefully. Right, let's do our first food delivery. If it needs food right now. %, 20% higher than... no, you don't load alcohol from there. You just were too early on the trigger. Right, you're bringing food there. We're 20% higher than the import from the customs house, so we should be able to bring some extra resources there and make sure to reduce the amount of imports and maybe even outright eliminate them. And we got a significant epidemic. Severe complications, very infectious, or infectious enough to infect a lot of citizens, and not sure about the duration. Well, surprised, that's also something for future me to worry about. Good thing I clicked it away and I might not remember about it. Almost back up to 8,000 people though. And yeah, we brought some food. And we can also bring some alcohol. It's not actually that much storage here. I thought I had way more. But yeah, very happy about that. Bringing our own resources will reduce our need to import. And importing food and alcohol is a significant part of our republic right now. Once we eliminate food, it's going to be fuel and electronics. Things that we can't change. Well, we changed fuel by dropping the price for fuel as low as possible, but inflation is still going to kick in. Thankfully, it's still very low. We can see that from the US-based price. It's as low as it can be. Electronics, however, that's just gonna keep rising and being a pain. But yeah, we'll have to deal with that, I think, next time. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you a good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you are. Have a good day, stay healthy, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.